No camera yet. The gods have been testing my patience when it comes to the setup. Let's see if I can fix that. And then we go and play some poker. Video capture device. Properties. Camera. Not sure why this is not working. Maybe this one. Webcam. Camera options. Let's see. Yeah. How are we going to fix this? And why is my camera not working? Camera test. Webcam test. Okay. Kind of looks like it's broken. I did drop my laptop on the floor last week. It's a bit annoying. Okay, so we're either gonna do the stream without the camera or no stream. Let's see if we can get it to work here. Seems to not be working. Properties, FaceTime camera, cancel. Okay, boys and girls, that's a little bit annoying. I do have a separate camera here, but also struggling to get that to work. Let me double check. If there's something I can do. Okay, boys and girls, it's a webcamless stream. Oh boy, it's crazy. So either my camera is broken off my laptop, or there's something going on with the settings. Whatever it is, we're going to stream anyway. So it's going to be a stream without a webcam. We've got a couple of tournaments here on Coin Poker. Let's see what is running. We have a 2K, we have a 1K, we hopefully have a 5K. Starting in 52 minutes. We have a bunch of cash game tables here in the back. Let's see. Please bear with me. Let's see, please bear with me. So here on the top right table, table number 2, we're going to bet again. We can get value from an ace. We have to bet for protection, kind of, against the flush draw. This hand is kind of close. I think we would or should widen our ranges a bit in these tournaments. It seems like the average level of tournament players is a little bit lower than the cash game players, so that allows us to open more hands. Also building up a stack is very nice in the tournament, so 2 good reasons to open more hands. This is not a great spot. Going to call here, it's super close. Whenever you're being squeezed, this is the worst position to call from. Our relative position is terrible, but we do make the call. And we're gonna see if there's some PLO tournaments that we want to play. Check for my opponent. Interesting flop to check. Could be the super nuts. Pick up a couple of outs, but I don't think we're going to see the turn. So brother, very likely to bet. It's kind of close actually, but I think we can just bin our hands, given the fact that we have 2 players behind that can reopen the action. OMAHOLIC super stack. Yes, please. And what else do we have? The bounty, of course. 5 hours and 31 minutes. Should be okay. One pair against 1/3. Very easy to overfold against those small sizes. My opponent limped the button. Still has plenty of 9-10, king-10. Small bet in position. I'm going to call because it's so small, but not expecting to be right many times, and you don't have to be. I see 3s in the chat box, see tables, see 2 tables. Yes, PZ is in the chat. Already disappointed by the fact that we don't have a camera working. Kinda annoying, yeah. I agree, it's kind of annoying. We're going to limp raise here with the ace, jack, jack 9. Just think it works better as a like quote unquote bluff. Here on table number 2 we have the aces. Going to raise it up. Table number 4, we get to c-bet. Just gonna jam it in, I think. Table number 2, we're going to rip in the aces. This is someone that we know from the Cash Game Championship. Aces against aces, we do flop 2 pair. And on the other table, I'm not sure if I'm switching in the right way. We find a full house. My opponent was semi-bluffing. Decent hand to do it with. Quick double up. Good start to the stream. Let's see, boys and girls, let's see how the stream does without my pretty face on it. Let us see. Moving over to table number 3, where we fold against an open. Number 4, raise against a limp. We also have to order some food. Healthy option this time. So we might go Vietnamese, Uber Eats. Hey, if any needs some help with my Bitcoin ARP, it trades at premium there, but having trouble with the security. Okay. Unfortunately, I cannot help you. Limp folding, it seems weak, but I think it's the way to go. I think that's the way to go. Oh, it's on me. Man, maybe I made a big mistake starting to stream with my face. It's way nicer, I don't have to worry about how I look. So I'm in the process of finding some Vietnamese food. I do want to order the one I ordered before, but I lost access to my account. Bookie with the bet. It's kind of believable. Then 8, Jack 8, Jack 9. Going to flick in a little call. King, king, well done, sir. Nice size as well. No need to size big. Could go even smaller, maybe. Okay, apparently there's a ton of Vietnamese places. Highest rated. Okay, let's see. Let us see. Going to lead here with the top set. Hanoi green might be the one. Okay, some spring rolls. Some spring rolls. And the order is on the way. Spicy sauce. Continue. Order on the way. Let us see. Ali Tony G is stabbing, and of course there's a ton of straights out there, but feels kind of nice to jam here. It's whatever at best, but only has to fold so many times as he does. Still think that he would have a lot of equity with the bluffs that he's betting with, so for that reason going all in is nice. If his bluffs have zero equity, then calling becomes more attractive. We're out of position, always more attractive to jam out of position than in position. Because in position you have positional advantage and you don't want to take it away. Out of position you don't, so therefore jamming becomes more attractive. Let's see. Give $100 to play a local home game. We split 50-50 the winnings. Visual dope. 9151. It's actually not a bad offer. I like it. I am going to pass on it though, but TMYSC is saying good evening, sound is good. Better with insomnia, good luck tonight, Dirk. Thank you, sir. Professor saying, what's up, bro? Wish you a nice stream, good luck, and have fun. No video feed. Yes, I'm aware. Apparently the webcam on my laptop is broken. I did drop the laptop a week ago. So I have a webcam here, one that I plug in, that's not working, and I have a broken webcam. It's Amateur Allure is back. Amateur Allure. We're going to limp these queens. These queens are a decent hand, but the shallower we get, the more it sucks if we get 3-bet. So then just limping and calling seems like the way to go. Actually going to lead here. We're blocking a lot of the cards that he can use as a c-bet bluff. So I think it's nice to sometimes lead on these kind of boards. He does raise us, we get it in. Expecting a big draw. That's a big draw. And that's us. It's not a bad start. In this table we get limp, re-raised. And this flop is pretty terrible, no backdoors. Ace king, it might be close, but we're going to fold. We did find the limp re-raised bluff there. Congrats to my opponent. So here in the 2K we do double up. We have to defend our title today. Great to see you, legend. Why did you opt to play MTTs rather than cash game focus? I prefer cash games, but I think for streaming tournaments offer a better experience. Like there's a storyline, you can run deep. Cash games is more like the steady grind. I wouldn't mind streaming a couple of times when Coin Poker comes with their new promotion. Not sure if I can share that yet, the details about it. So here on table number 1 we defend a bit wider than we're supposed to because we can potentially pick up a bounty. A quick check from my opponent. lean towards thinking that he has a bad hand. Might be complete error. The hands that check the flop do have complete error. So we sometimes have the best hand here. We're gonna check, potentially check call. One of the main hands that beat us now is ace-5. Checks it back. Overpair is definitely possible. The read was right. We do take it down with a 10. I think you want to bluff there at some point. Hello, Vinny. Hope everything all right in your life. I have a question. I am struggling with rivers. I'm bluff catching way too much because I think they have enough bluffs. Do you have any advice on improving? I think in general, if you want to play close to game theory optimal, which I mean that's a much more important question, I think you are supposed to call a lot of rivers, especially against small sizes. And I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing that you're calling a lot of rivers. However, if you're playing lower stakes, it's probably not advisable to be close to game theory optimal. But if you plan on playing higher stakes, it's very nice to just get used to what you should be doing, instead of heavily deviating, and then whenever you reach 5-10 or 10-20 or 25-50, now you get into trouble. Because you learned yourself to play very exploitatively. Here we're gonna do something funny. We're gonna just rip it in. What we're trying to do is invite pair with a flush draw to call, or even check 6. You make it very tempting in these bounty tournaments because people know they can call wider. If this hand exactly rips it in, I'm not sure, but seems like it has all the qualities that you need. Fold this one. You told that your goal this year is top 5 heads up. How do you feel about your chances? Who is top 5 right now? So yeah, I had a deeper talk with the guy that's helping me out this year, and about how badly I want to reach top 5 and if I can still stream, if that's the case, and how can you say you want to be top 5 and then still stream while you know your opponents are studying and playing 7 days a week, not 6 days a week. So I've been thinking about it a lot. That's still kind of the goal, but I also really enjoy streaming, so I'm going to try to do both at the same time, and maybe I have to settle for number 6 or number 7. I think the guys in the top are Sanita, Emsugut, Uberscherms. You have a bunch of No Limit Hold'em guys that moved over to Pot Limit Omaha, Clicker, Pencil Arms. Those guys come to mind. So yeah, then you have your top 5 already. It's not easy, and definitely 5 cards. There's, I would say, a little bit less competition. So we'll see. I just have to think about it more, and we'll see. I'll let you guys know. I think my chances are, I have a pretty decent chance to reach it, because when I said it, I was probably number 12 or 13 in the world. But then again, the higher you go, the bigger the step is. So to go from 12 to 10 or 9 is doable. But to go from, let's see if we can exploitatively stab here. Pretty bad river for bluffing, I think. Just gonna check. Finally, some Omaha tournaments. Yes, sir. Alexander, Johan, and they're getting more and more popular. So now in Cyprus, there's a big tournament going on. And I think they're getting like insane amount of runners. Super big 10K, big 50K. Let's see, let's give a little zoom on this table. So we're flopping a big rep here. 2 diamonds on board, which is not great. Even a 6 gives us a straight, so we do have a bunch of outs. Gonna call. See a turn. That's not what we're hoping for, and I think it's kind of likely that our opponent is gonna overshove. He does elect to check. It's funny, it seems very weak to check here. So I'm going to rip it in and maybe find out that I'm completely off with the reads, but to win the hand with queen high here is super nice. Yeah, the reads are on, like people barely ever slow play there because they just want to get the bounty. Going to bet small on table number 4, and our opponent calls very quickly. Might be a high flush. Yes, it's unfortunate. Hopefully we get the 5K rolling today, but it's gonna be tough as a lot of guys are in Cyprus playing tournaments. Abby Martin bets again. Have an okay hand, but also not that many rivers we want to call. Might be a tiny bit too tight. For a long time, being too tight was very nice in terms of calling. But nowadays people are really finding bluffs, so times are changing. Times are changing, so here we have a big spot with the kings. We're just gonna call and stack off on a non-ace high board. Always feels like your opponent always has aces here. I mean, they do have it at a decent amount, but I think this is just the way you want to play it. We pick up a flush draw. Would be a nice start. It's a 3, no dice. Sometimes we are actually in pretty good shape there. We go for the rebuy. Straight to a limp. My opponent keeps betting. We river straight, but it's a paired board with a flush draw. Checking and praying. Oh, it was a different table. Here we flop. Flush draw, gut shot, and an overpair. It's kind of a hand where you're like, I really want to bet it, but then when you get raised, it's kind of rough, so. If that's the case, then checking is actually a super nice option in position. In position, you want to be extremely polarized, meaning either bet a very strong or very weak hand. My opponent bets big. He's in the big blind. I think we're going to call, depending on the size of my opponent. In general, this is an underbluffed spot, although I limped and my opponent has a wide range in the big blind. So if you do turn all ace of hearts into a bluff, it's very easy to overbluff the spot. It does have the ace high flush. What do you think separates the good professional players from the truly elite professional players? Well, a couple of things. I think it's very easy nowadays to get better theoretically, but oftentimes you have to step out of whatever you've learned off table and do something else to maximize your winnings. So I think there's one group of players that's very strong when it comes to technicality. There's another group of players that are very good at exploiting certain frequencies that they constantly see in the player pool. And then there's the elite group that can merge the information that they learn together with exploiting their opponents. So that's where the difference between elite and decent is. We're all in. A bunch of outs for my opponent, but he doesn't get there. Trying to defend our title here. This limp might be a little bit loosey-goosey, but should be fine. Thank you for the answer. From Tilby, Daily is saying good luck, go for. Hey Vinny, any specific low stakes live PLO exploits you'd recommend up to 10-20 or so? Yeah, the first one is very boring, and it's to play tighter ranges than your opponent pre-flop. That usually helps really good with winning money. It's not the nicest one, so it depends a little bit on what your goal is. If you want to play non-private 10-20 games, you just want to play solid poker, study online, play online at lower stakes, get better that way, and then play in softer live games. Okay, funny spot here. Well done by Silk Brother. I think he's gonna generate a lot of folds. Pretty cool to call the small blind with strong hands. You're supposed to call almost your range, so you also want to protect the calling range. If you have weak aces, I mean, it's probably fine to raise, or it's kind of mandatory. So I hope I answered your question. You're gonna jam it in. So 18 big blinds deep. Kings are very strong. At the stack that, of course, the position he's opening from, he has a lot of strong hands. He does have the aces. Does have the aces. Okay. No dice in the OMAHOLIC, but we buy in again. Nobody's stopping us. Here I think we can bet small. Talking about table number 2, he calls. It was 3-way to the flop. We bet again. Braven. I don't know, I think we just bet again. For a big size even, it feels too much maybe. Last stream, yeah, we did get a number 1 place. My opponent pot raises. Very underbluffed spot for sure. I do size super big. So I think we can get away with a fold here actually. Seems very tight, but I think it's the way to go. It's like we bet a couple of times over. And then we get raised. I think it's fine to go all in. Here, funny spot. This guy checks back on the flop and rips it on the turn. I think he's ripping all aces and also all sevens. So that leaves him with a bunch of like semi-bluffs. Probably ace king with a flush draw or something like that. So we're just gonna call. Okay. He didn't rip his aces on the flop. Oh, in terrible shape. Very surprising hand. Looks a bit iffy from our side, but I think most of the time we just face a bluff there. Interesting check. Go on a little break. Vinny, I have around 1.5 buy-in losing on the red line per 1k hands, which I assume quite a lot. Do you know what's the optimal, or maybe you can recommend some filters to search? From Jesus. Depends on what you play. I think in 6-max it's not you against your opponent as in heads up. So whenever you lose your red line in heads up, you know your opponent is gaining it. In 6-max it works a little bit differently. So that's something you want to look into. So not always is it a bad thing if your red line is going down. But if it's going down very heavily, maybe you want to show more aggression in some spots, hero call a little bit more, bet for thin value more, that kind of stuff. It feels a little bit sad that some opportunities seem missed, like podcast with Ingram or heads up with Jungle. Maybe any news on that matter? So yeah, podcast with Joey Ingram is off, I guess. I did that more than a year ago now, I think. So I'll look for another outlet that wants to do an interview. I think that's nice for people to get to know me in another way. The Jungle Man heads up, yeah, I reached out to him, but he doesn't seem super willing to play, although he kind of committed to playing. So we're gonna figure out what's fair there. Yeah, I guess that's all the opportunities we had, kind of. So okay, food is here. That's nice in my break. Running good. Okay. I'm back. Let me see. Timed out with one hand. Hopefully it wasn't aces. And we're back with some food. I might go mute. Eat. While resting. Maybe I show you guys how crispy the rolls are. Wow. I'll be back in 10 minutes or so. Please bear with me. Okay, boys and girls, I'm back. I'm back. Interesting call here. 7-8, okay, it's a straight. That's not that interesting. We c-bet here, and it's not necessarily a good c-bet. We unblock all the hands that our opponents can continue with. We're kind of banking on them folding their kings, queens, those kind of hands, for it to be profitable. I think we're going to go for the hero bluff here. Opponent still has a lot of ace king that he has to fold. And we're going to go for the double hero bluff. Because on table 3 we're going to bluff Bobby. Going to click now and show you guys later. Bobby reshoves us. It's unfortunate. Check back is 10. We have to fold. We have to fold. I'll do a couple of questions. Let's see. What's the biggest strategical adjustment switching from 4 to 5 cards? So we go from 6 hand combinations to 10 hand combinations. So your hands are worth less. All the principles are the same, so it always seems like you're playing a different game, but same as switching from Hold'em to Omaha and from Omaha 4 to Omaha 5. There's a bunch of principles that are exactly the same. Like the frequencies are the same, you want to bet polarized in position, not polarized out of position. So it does look like a completely different game. I think the biggest difference is the fact that equities run so much closer. This might be a hand that we want to bluff, but if we bluff all of our 2 of hearts, we're gonna have a big problem. Sparkling Chips was playing it slow, very tricky. Jockey with the open. It's definitely close between calling and 3-betting. Since we want to win this tournament, we're going to 3-bet. Potentially fold to a 4-bet. In cash, that would be a very close spot, but here in the tournament, I think we can lean fold after facing the 4-bet. I also don't see nearly enough 4-bet bluffs in tournaments compared to cash games. Let's fire some fun question. You're on the first date with the girl whom you really like, so how will you try to impress her in order to get the second date? From my experience, when you're actively trying to impress someone, it's always very apparent or very obvious for the person on the other side of the table. So it's gonna sound very cheesy, but I think you can really impress people by being yourself and by being proud to be yourself. I do know that I'm playing or talking to a bunch of poker players, so some basic hygiene, nice haircut, nice outfit does go a long way. But in general, I just try to be myself. I try to be funny. But I don't go over the top. I think confidence is something that really attracts people. It's very hard to fake it, so whenever you're faking someone or trying to impress someone, most of the time the person on the other side of the table notices this. Hello Grande de Venividi, good luck for the session. Thank you, sir. You're on table 1. We get a very sad flop for Jack 8-6-5. Hi Dirk, when you were saying who the best players are, do you mean specifically heads up or include 6-max as well? You could go for the best 6-max player if that's easier than heads up. This was specifically for heads up, but nowadays there's a lot of crossover, so Sanita plays 4-max. Can we defend here? Probably. Amsterdam plays 6-max as well, Uber Sherms. So I kind of think they're, I wouldn't say best of both, but I can't think of many hardcore 6-max players that would be better than them. I think we can open this hand. We do get 3-bet. Limping was definitely possible, but fine to open. We flop the dream, top 2 pair. It's hard for my opponent to have no equity, but there's a couple of hands we do very well against. 74%, 10%. Okay. 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 We have to win those. We have to win those to win the tournament. I have to defend our title of last week. Good luck with the session today from Lolas Olmot. Probably someone from Northern Europe. Do you plan to play in the PLO Heads-Up Championship this spring? I can play. I'll be in Japan with my family, so I don't have an option to play, unfortunately. It's a rough lineup. It's probably very good for your heads-up game to compete. No rake, but I think edges are still pretty steep between me and the top of the world. Hey ho, my main man. Good luck for the week, Cameron. Tuning in. Thank you, sir. Switch over to big blinds. It was only kings what you missed, lol. ASMR spring roll crunch, yeah, crazy, right? Hey mate, how's it going? No camera today, question mark. You know I have to hit you with the football question, so here it goes. Purely based on technique, Bergkamp or Van Persie? Wow. I'm not sure if I've seen enough footage from Bergkamp, but it seems like he was the one with the win when it comes to technique. Some of those moves are like second to none. You have to understand that football evolved quite a bit, so for him to be that good at that time it's hard to beat. So I'd vote for Bergkamp. Let me know what you guys think. Follow along with my entity results for 2026 displayed on stream and updated in real time. So here on the top you can see the real time previous session 17.5, year to date -20. Phil is putting in some effort. Very nice to see. Love to see it, love to see it. We have a couple of spots. We have the aces, 34%. Check might be good, yeah. Then we have table 2, we defend the big blind, and we have table number 3. The bob with a bet on the turn. We're gonna go for a very tight check on the river. Table number 2, we flop a set. And we check. Our opponents are supposed to shove a bunch of overpairs. And here it's a question, what looks weaker? Shoving or calling? We might be in very good shape here, 91%. We do get it. It's always nice. Always nice, nice, nice. 2 buy-ins now. Sending a picture to the girl that's allegedly my girlfriend. Allegedly. Might be made up. Here we're gonna click it back. I do think my opponent's gonna find a lot of c-bets with air. Also with the jack, so we get jammed on sometimes. It's kind of hard to call a second barrel, so might be a nice candidate for a bet. Now we're going to check it back. 10 on the river. And the note we have on this guy is that he waited for us. It's so tough for him to have a bluff, but King High Flush is also very good. Yeah. Yeah, he milked us. Well done, sir. Might be close. I don't know. It would be really cool to see you at some live cash game. Triton had a couple of PLO ones. Not sure if there are any other options. How do you think will it ever happen? Yeah, I mean it depends. I think I'm one of the more famous pot limit Omaha players, but of course they don't really like having a super strong guy in there, or at least I would think so. So it just depends on how willing they are to put me on. Yeah, I don't know. It's possible, but not super likely. Feels like at least it's getting more and more popular. Pot limit Omaha. So here on table 4, it's kind of a close spot between checking and betting as a bluff. My opponent finds the overbet. We have an okay combo to call, but I think we check back a bunch of flushes on the turn and just are able to fold this combo. Might be closer than I think. In general, these overbets are quite strong, or stronger than they're supposed to be, if I had to guess. Going to limp the kings here. EV will be close between limping and raising, but we bet here. We have a 9 that needs a lot of protection, kind of. BGP comes in with the call. This time we're going to check it back. See what the river brings. Pot bet. Again, we're sitting on a quite nice bluff catcher. Could turn a jack into a bluff, a queen. Very quick bet. If I had to guess, it's probably a fold, but we do pick him off. Wow, look at us, huh? Yeah, note to self, people do find bluffs. And here we have a funny spot. Plays terrible as a call, and we're gonna jam, hoping that our opponent ever finds a c-bet fold, but I've been around the poker tables quite a bit. Usually when they size big, it's because they're strong. We do get there on the river. Okay, 5k was cancelled, but we'll play the $500, I think. It's nice to have that one. Okay, we're clicking buttons here. We're kind of merge betting the turn. It's a reason why we're doing it. It does hit our range very well. So yeah, we're gonna stab. It's pretty big, my stab. Maybe I should size down a little bit. Going to bet again. I'm blocking the spades, which is nice. Also, our opponent is very creative, so sometimes it feels like it's a great idea to check back all the full houses. But at certain stakes, people definitely fight back. I think we can 3-bet. 3-bet, I meant. 3-bet this hand. Okay, we're gonna check. Table number 1, we face an all-in. We need 40% equity, and I think we have it. 50 actually. 50. Okay, we split it. Bunch of limps going on. Here we don't really need the protection. We don't really need to bet for value. On the river it's check down. I think you can call 10, 6. overpair to the 10. Table number 4, we have to fold his hand as we do on table number 2. Table number 3, we're going to limp this hand. We call in the big blind in another spot, but I don't want to switch over too much. Opening aces on another table is probably a more interesting hand. And we have another set of aces. Namely on table number 4, going to squeeze. The other aces we completely missed the flop, so we're probably gonna lose that. Squeezing with the aces, 8-5-5. It's not a great flop, but it's also not a terrible flop. I mean, it's a great flop, don't get me wrong. It's decent. It's decent. Quick all-in from KP. 2 all-ins. Probably gonna see a 5, 8 even. Still not running super hot. Imagine if this is 100k, that's really how it can go. Or that's really how it went last year. The 5th buy-in or something. Let's see. I can check it for you guys. Thank God it's a 1k tournament. It doesn't say anymore these days. GG Poker. Here we arrive with a hand that can show down, but it's not winning that often. We do win. Here with the Queen 5-5, it's a hand that can limp, but since the big blind has a short stack, it's kind of tempting to raise it up, play a bigger pot. It's a very bad flop. Against a lot of hands, we still have 20% equity, not against the aces of course, but against these hands. That's kind of a terrible hand to be all in against. We both hit the flush on the river. It's close for sure, but in a bounty, I think we can just stack it off. Now we have a short stack, so we play hand for hand. I have to be focused because a lot of time this happens in these 1k tournaments where I'm not super aware of the current standings or how many places we can go up or down. Table number 3, doesn't really matter how many places, we're just gonna rip it in. Wow, he goes all in, which is very good news. Like ace king king is possible, just aces. We flop a better hand. Wow, we win aces against the aces. That's very nice. That's a run good in a moment that you need it. Show all windows for some cash games popping up. Maybe I have a chance to play them. And let's see. That would be nice for the action. So please bear with me. Please bear with me. That all in was very nice. We will have a stack that we can put a lot of pressure with on the bubble. I'll come back to the question soon. Actually, first on the waiting would be cool. If the 5k cash table runs, I hope you will show it. I generally agree that tournaments are better as a viewer experience, but 1 out of 4 tables being high stakes cash is good too. Especially over the 500. Yeah, I guess you're talking about this table. Bounty high roller. Yeah, I agree. So if there's a 5k, I will let you guys know. We're opening here with the kings. Can't we see the pretty face of Veni Vidi? I missed the table. Missing a table, that's always annoying. Missing a full house here as well. At least we're first on the wait list, so we might get to play some high stakes, 10k and 20k, so that would be very exciting. That would be very exciting. Back to the tables. Yes, Lexington, I have to disappoint you. So yeah, again, to reiterate, we have a very interesting spot here in the 1k, bottom left table. We'll be able to put a lot of pressure on our opponents. We're all in on table 4, 72.5%. Let's see what day it is. What day is it today? My day. Okay, okay. Not too bad, not too bad. We have some promising stacks. Okay, so here we're gonna battle for the chip lead. Actually, just a call is fine, probably. Would love to raise. Pretty important hand. My opponent checks back. I'm gonna check. Check and decide. Big bet for my opponent. And on another table we get raised while holding the full house. Wow. Very, very wide open for my opponent. King Jack 5 deuce. Wow. check it back. It's super tight, of course, but since we're blocking the low full house, and it's a spot where he's extremely polar, I think it's something we can consider doing. Okay, so meta sailor, extremely wide open. The hand just before. Had we known that, of course the ace king 8-6 would have been an amazing 3-bet. So many bullets in $800. What is it, like 5? I think so, man. Oh, PZ is counting 7. Wow. That's very impressive. Imagine being 100k. Thanks, Phil, for keeping count. Okay. Meta Sailor seems to be super active. Does fold. We open the aces. Get one caller. Two callers. Overcall from BGP. I think we can bet small, check the river. All sorts of lines we can take. Could have checked again as well, of course. Unlikely my opponent will show up with a bluff, so it should be okay. Going to have a limp here. We're third out of 6. 6 players are getting paid, so there's no heavy ICM implications anymore. Number 6 is getting 2k, number 1 is getting 16. I'm guessing we need a high placement to win back our money. I'll go over the questions a little bit. Ewan is saying, where do you think Omaha for rolls is in your heads-up rankings? Does Grasvidas still play online? Somewhere in the top 10, but it's very hard to pinpoint where exactly. That would be my best guess. Don't be shy about hitting the like button, fellas. Exactly. Grasvidas hasn't played much last year at all. He was online twice this year, maybe 3 times. Is someone like Omaha for rolls better in 6-max, or has he also been focusing on heads up as well? I mean, for sure he's a beast in both formats, but being a beast and being best in the world is there's a big difference between those. We're all in. Table 1, 22.2%. Let's see if we can do it. We can't. Swapping over to table number 3, where we're bluffing with total air. To get a fold here is amazing. It does hit our range better than it does his. To get the fold. Always nice. We rebuy in the GG poker tournament. Phil, please keep count. It's going fast with the buy-ins. I'm happy I'm not in Cyprus firing 50Ks. I'm always thankful. A couple of decent spots here, 2 buy-ins in the 2k. We have a whopping 9 buy-ins in the 1k. And on GG Poker we're just firing bullets as if it's nothing. Let's imagine that you have to go to a lost island for a month and you have to assemble not Avengers team of Poker Pro to survive there. So whom will you choose and why? Yeah, it's not an easy question. Let's see if we still have late reg here. Oh man, I guess we need people who can like actually work on the island and survive. So I think in the top 50 in the world there's a lot of people who are very good at playing poker and they're not so good at all the other stuff. So it's not easy to find the right answer. This is the right flop though. We might have him absolutely crushed here. If it's just aces or kings, we're at 90%. He's thinking about it. Let's see. 91%. That's nice. Trying to think of which poker player we want to take. It's hard, man. It's not easy to pick. Preferably with someone who can survive in the wild. Man, to be honest, I think we just fucked. We just fucked, man. We're a bunch of poker players. We're so bad at all the other stuff in life. Sometimes it's like it becomes a sport for poker players to not do stuff yourself. Cooking, cleaning, that kind of stuff. I started enjoying doing it more and more. Still very bad at the cleaning stuff, but cooking is a lot of fun. It's also an amazing way to show your love to people that are close to you. It relaxes me. I'm finally not competing in something. It's nice. And I like your questions, Professor. I, in general, like the questions that are not related to poker more than the ones that are related to poker, but obviously I'm more equipped to answer the questions that are related to poker. So here we're going to jam it in. He's gonna call any pair, so we might be in very good shape. King 9 6 6 is a cool hand to be all in against. King or a 6 would save him. That's neither. Swap over to table number 4, King 9 7 5. It looks very wide, my bet, and it might be. But I think, I'm not sure if it's true, but I think that I've seen a spot similar to this, and it's like I'm squeezing against a bunch of big stacks. Okay, maybe I should have kept this one on. Get one fold. If Elias folds, that's kind of nice. Just pushing out a lot of equity. He's thinking about it. Well, he does fold. I wanted to say we're in amazing shape, but my opponent actually has King King 10 8. We have outs. That's not one of them. So we go for buy-in number 8. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. But yeah, it's part of the drill. In the meantime, we have a little spot over here, and we also have a little spot over here. King King. It's the nuts now. Pre-limped, my opponents would always raise aces, except for Braven maybe, at a very low frequency. We're really trying to push it in terms of entering pots. I do feel like in these tournaments I can get away with playing more hands. Check here, good bet. Face a bet and we're just gonna fold. Here we can check and we can bet small. The only thing that sucks is that we get called off by aces, of course, pretty quickly. We do open up to being bluffed. We do block queens. It can be nice size to use. Let's finish the questions. A good banana is saying, looking great today, Vinny, better than usual. Thank you, sir. Okay, time for another poker question. If Solver would play versus more passive opponents, will he start c-betting more out of position? I mean, depends on passive in which way. If they call a lot, no. But if they fold a lot, yes. And if they don't stab a lot, you're betting more with your value hands as well. Because now stabbing becomes less attractive. Yeesh, you want this man to play bigger low entities, solve your problems, and play nosebleed cash on stream. It's a big ask. It's a big ask. But we're here to entertain you guys, huh? We're here to entertain. I am waiting for a seat in the 50-100. Would be very cool. Would be very cool. There's a lot of heads-up tables running today. Interesting. Interesting. We have a decent spot. 3 buy-ins. Oh, we won one. Kind of forgot where and how. We have 8 buy-ins in the 1K. Could be the double. We lost. This is number 8 buy-in in the GG Poker tournament. Kind of crazy, but that's how things can go in Omaha. Okay. Finished all the questions. Wow, nice. I have a proper break. It's very good. That's very good. Let's look up some other stuff. Huh? Should probably have something to fill in my 5-minute break. Ah, film. I forgot to ask that. Would be great to have a 5-minute video of highlights or whatever. If I go on a break and I'm actually leaving. Now I'm sitting here, potentially answering questions, but could be nice, could be nice. 130 people tuning in. It's nice to have you guys here. It's nice to have you guys. Okay, okay. Little break, but I'm excited to play. I feel very confident in my game at the moment. Asaf is asking, do you get to play live cash games, which blinds? No private cash games for me for obvious reasons. And the highest I've played is probably like 100, 200 in Vegas, but this is a long time ago. This is back when cash games were still soft in Vegas and also accessible for everyone. Back then you kind of had to be close to the floor manager And now you have to close to whoever is running the game. So in that regard it changed quite a bit. We're starting this 1k. We have a decent spot, 16k up top. I've been playing a bit loose. Pay jumps are kind of small, so we really want to play for the win. If you get a decent spot, we want to take a risk, gain the chip lead. Oh, it's Coca-Cola's killing me. Let's put the mic a little bit closer and see how that is. See how that works. Kinescope, very tight opener. I think we can just get out of the way here. Let's close that with ace king. Hi everyone, can I have the Twitch name of the channel? I can't find it. And then he found it. Wow, problems solving themselves, amazing. Ticket app, saying good game, good luck. Thanks man. Thanks man. Okay, this might be nice. This might be something nice. A little 5-card action. Little 5-card action. We'll lose this tournament. Let me know what you guys think. Finally, some cash action. And here in a tournament, we're gonna go for it, but as I have mentioned, it's kind of easy to overdo it with the ace blocker. Don't do it that often, so we're just gonna go for this spot. My opponent is either gonna have a flush that he's gonna call, or he has 2 pairs set, or a flush that he will fold. It's also possible. Very capable opponent, so does have a ton of bluffs himself. Those guys usually call a little bit lighter. Check high flush, it's definitely relatively light, I think, but he makes the right call. Makes the right call. Assembling survival team from Pokeplay is definitely not an easy task. Jason Kuhn comes to mind. He seems like a cool dude and has aura of power protection. Would be nice to have Samantha Abernethy on that island too. Okay, I won't ask why. I won't ask why. Okay, so here on table 1 we have aces. Table number 3 we have kings. Table number 4 we have aces with a flush draw. I'm gonna show you guys this hand. By number 9 in the GG tournament. We're all in. We have 60% three-way, 100%. Here we just have to fold. Going back to the overview, we'll zoom in to this one. Face a check. This is the kind of hand that is very in the middle. So I think we just want to check and see. Turn a king and we face a bet. Going to call. We don't need that much protection. Is it strong enough to raise? Maybe not. 6 on the river. Big bet. I don't think we're ever considering folding here. So we'll just call. Let's see what my opponent has. 7-7, slow play. Fortunate turn, and we could have hit full house on the river, but we don't. This guy has been crushing me insanely hard in the last few days. Couple of interesting hands. Raise on the river. Kazuma with a quick fold, so he was probably bluffing. Okay, let me know how you guys are liking the 5 cards. Finifidi, are there people willing to play you at Gucci Giselle stakes? Yeah, Gucci himself probably, and Giselle as well. So yeah, that's two players already. There's probably a couple of more. Very sweet would play me at those stakes, and Uberschirms, I'm so good probably. A few, but not that many, I think. Few, but not that many. Face a raise and we call. Same on table number 3. It's a hand that can flop strong enough to stack off your hand. That's kind of what you're looking for in these tournaments. Check here, we fold here, we 3-bet on this table. Go all in. Up against those suited kings, that's not exactly what we hoped for. Pick up a couple of outs, 17%, an ace or 10. Can do it. Swap over to the 5 cards. We have a medium flush and an easy fold on the turn. Flop a full house. It's the kind of full house that we can check back for sure. My opponent bets, super tempting to raise, but I think we want to just let our opponent bet again. River the quads. Very hard for my opponent to continue betting. Usually people really struggle finding bluffs here. Going to bet half pot as we would with our kings or aces. There's a small chance my opponent will wrap the quads. I missed my seat because I misclick. That's pretty stupid. We double up. We double up on this table. And here we're going to bet for value with the king high flush. Might get called. To get a fold. Yeah, that's very annoying. Let's see, maybe we get the seat. It'd be super nice to have 2 high stakes cash game seats. We do get the seat, wow. Okay. I guess it's gonna be coin poker only now. High stakes cash games, high stakes tournaments. If you guys don't like it now, you'll never like it. I just get so sick of variance. Despite winning at huge win rate, remedies. Yeah, quit being a crybaby. That's the best remedy. No, on a serious note, I think deeply thinking about why it annoys you can really help you. In a way, it's kind of a crazy spot to be able to play poker for a living. So whenever you're in a position where you feel like you're getting mad over swings, something in the mindset is wrong. Like, you're incredibly lucky being able to play poker for a living, and if you don't understand that, if you're not like willing or capable of zooming out, I think you have to start talking to someone, a performance coach or someone along those lines. I think you're incredibly lucky, you're playing cards for a living. You should be very thankful. Being born in a Western country is already like winning the lottery, kind of. So yeah, there's definitely something wrong with your mindset, especially if you have a high win rate. Like, sometimes people say, but it's not fair, or I should be winning more, or I'm running under EV. It's part of the game, man. If variance wasn't there, there would be no one playing poker. No one bad, at least. So yeah, I think... oh, I should have been showing this hand. We raised small in the multi-way limp pot. And now we're potting on the river. My opponent finds the call. Could have gone bigger size, but I kind of like my size. A6, 7, 9. Could definitely 4-bet this one. We're just gonna opt for the flat call. Funny flop. Definitely close. Don't think we can fold. I've had more exciting spots in my life. Diamond is, I mean, I guess bad for us because my opponent is snap jamming. So we have to fold. Interesting spots everywhere. I'm going to make exploitable fold here. And then on the 5-card table, considering the fact that we have checked, we're blocking a lot of the showdown. I'm just gonna call this one. My opponent does have the net flush. little rough stretch there in the cash games. But then again, if 5 cards, it's very easy to get a lower flush than someone else. 6 tables now, so I'm not really able to answer all the questions, but we'll get back soon. Soonish. Yeah, by the way, we're first in chips in the 2K. Potentially gonna defend my title here. Pretty exciting. Let's see. 5 buy-ins. Table number 1. Going to bet. It's a bit mergy, but should be okay. Table number 4, we have a limp on the button. Delayed c-bet. Could be queens. Could be queens. Could also be a big bluff. Yeah, jamming there would be super cool. Don't know how aggressive my opponent is in tournaments. I know he's extremely aggressive in cash games. Sanita stacks Yolov. See if I can find the hand. See if I can show you guys the hand. Might be over soon, these cash games. Wow. Not sure what happened here. Seems like his hand was overplayed. Bet small, raise, wow. Extracting max value there with the top set. Small bet on the flop. I think Yolov is done playing. Venom with the limp. Here on table 4 could very well be limp raising aces. But then again, our hand does quite well against it, so we're ready for that option. These are the kind of hands you can put pressure with. Together with hands that contain an ace. The opponent goes for the 3-bet, so he most likely has aces. Extremely important hand for our tournament. Call. Oh, missed the flop. It's unfortunate. Not in the chip lead anymore. Ace King 7-4 is definitely potentially an open. Getting a lot of action. We are getting a lot of action. 5 cards, heads up. Start with a bet here. Okay, I guess I'll just fold here. Going to defend. Hopefully flop something. Kick this guy out and also become chip leader or close to chip leader. Here I'm going to pray that my opponent has hands that he open folds. It's not always the case, but he seems to be opening very wide. We are all in. We are all in. We're flipping, but not when a deuce hits the board. And here we lose as well. Wow. Everything is caving in pretty quickly. Wow, we find the runner. Oh my god. That's nice. Thank you, poker gods. Okay, I'll try to focus. It's a lot of tables. It's a lot of tables we're trying to keep track of. I hope you guys are okay with so many tables. Little Blevsky on top left. Let's see if we can open another 2550. Should be here somewhere. Gonna see what here. As a bluff, of course. Let's see, 2 seats. Where is the 5-card table? Seems to be gone. That's odd. Going to 3-bet here. Sneaky slow play. Check the nets. This table is over. We do get a bet from our opponent. Good flat call, we can go all in. I like to go all in with this particular hand. Wow! Oh! Bet fold. So your opponents do have bluffs. Always feels like they don't, but they do. They do. And here in the 1K we get a hand that might push us to the chip lead. We did show up with a very wide / wild 3-bet. Maybe a little bit too quick. Apparently I got excited. We'll get this one back. Here we call in small end. I'm not sure if this thing, but it should be close. This open is kind of questionable. So is my call. Might be fine. Might not be fine. Yolov is joining our table. Which is actually pretty cool. That's pretty cool. He's been driving a lot of the action on coin poker. Maybe I have some time to do the questions now, but it's getting busy. You said that you're going to visit Japan this year with your family. Why did you choose that country for a family trip? I think it's like a completely different experience than any other place, which is nice. Also, it's safe. My dad is a bit of a loose cannon, so when I was living in Brazil, I wouldn't usually, or I would not invite him because of that. Yeah, it's safe. It's a completely different world. It's the best food on earth. Super beautiful nature. It kind of has everything, so that was the reason that I invited them. When I talk about my family, I'm talking about my mom, dad, sister, brother, their significant others. Going to fold here. Going to limp here. Could raise. Depends a bit on how aggressive our chip leader is. Great to see 5-card cash. Yeah, I guess it's quite special in terms of streaming. What are your thoughts on the Giselle versus Gucci battle that has been playing out publicly on BGP's channel? Do you feel like their strategies? Well, this I guess I know what you're trying to ask. I think, but I'm not sure, that Gucci has the upper hand. And from what I've heard behind the screens, he did for a long time, and lately the results have been very close. Not that it says too much at all, but he's getting closer for sure. Or she. I guess we all know who he is, but guess we all know who he is. Orient Turbel no idea. Have evolved. I think Giselle has been the looser player. Do you think that's paying off? I'm going to jam here. Again, need a lot of protection, and people tend to call off a bit wider against the jam. I'm gonna see if that's true. 9, 8, 7. Okay, hand to be all in against. That's us. And here we have a very interesting spot. After potting, I'm not expecting too many folds from my opponent, so I think I'm just gonna call and see a river. Ace on the river. We're going to check and decide. Super interesting spot. You can still shove a lot of hands for value. Kings, fours, jacks unlikely since I'm holding a jack, but does go all in. Don't have a great hand to call, I think. Three-way limp. draws, no king. I think we're gonna fold, but might very well be a call. We have 3 left in the 1K. It went very quickly. 6K for number 3, 9.7 for number 2, and 15.7 for number 1. Getting number 2 would be pretty cool already at these stack depths. So the fact that the chip leader opens and the big blind calls is pretty good for us already. One way to bust your roll. Good luck, champ, from PLO Hertz. Preflop seems crazy in this match, but I don't know what's normal. Who do you think has the edge now? So before, for sure, Gucci Nike, and they're getting closer in level, allegedly, right now. The preflop has been crazy. That's not how the solver wants you to play, but that might be a reason why they're doing it. I don't know. I don't know. Yulov loses his all-in. Wins the second one. So we continue play. Face a lead with a 9-4-6. Just gonna call. We're in position. Feels like there's no need to raise and get us in a tough spot. Call again. Deuce on the river. Check and a check from us. Here on table number 3, I think we have a hand that we can stab with. Pretty cool hand off table, building up a small stack here in the GG Poker Tournament. 1K we're hanging on, trying to make something happen. It's hard with 2 mid stacks. Easy folds. Do you have most memorable moments on stream? Maybe the first and super fun stream with Victor, or most profitable one? Nah, to be honest, not really. I mean, with Victor was a lot of fun for sure. But they're not really in my like most memorable moments, to be completely honest. Hopefully, it's not too disappointing. Yeah, very tempting to stab. We don't get the chance. we're gonna call. Hopefully something rolls off. Check for my opponent. Going to stab here, we have jack high. It's like the lowest of the lowest hand we can have. Our opponent does pick us off with ace high. Wow! Wow, it's a 9. It's a 9. Nice call. Nice call, sir. Well played, sir. Windfield is saying hello. It's just... Oh, wait. Yeah, sorry guys, a lot of hands. It's just so draining making good plays and losing, even though I'm crushing long term. I don't know, man. What do you do to prevent burnout or to recharge internally when you're sick of the game? Yeah, I'm not the best guy to ask advice in that regard because I love the game so much, man. Even those moments where things were going terrible, and they are at the moment. I've lost millions in the last 14 months, so it's not like I'm just telling you you should do better. I am the living proof that you can run bad and still be happy. Wow. Mr. Israel is trying to bluff me or what? I don't know, man. Really depends on frequencies, but saying I either have a big flush or a full house. Full house unlikely, we're blocking that, but the big flush could definitely be a thing. I think we're gonna call. It's not really a spot where people overbluff. Yeah, well played. I guess. King 6, wow. He had everything. He had everything. Only have to be right 1 out of 3 times there, of course, but yeah, will we be? I don't know. King 6 it was. Table number 4, this is kind of the worst flop you can get with aces. Turn a 5. Turn a 5. Losing some pots. see if we can turn it around here with the aces. River's a straight there. It's fortunate. With the aces, we're gonna ram it all in pre-flop. Always nice about bounty tournaments. People are gonna just get into the mix super wide. Flops a set. Have a couple of outs. That's one of them. Oopsie. Yeah, so yeah, might not be the best guy to ask. I was wondering, do you still play such nosebleed stakes? And I read somewhere a tweet of you, I think first tip about a career in online was don't do it. Could you elaborate? I think it's quite hard nowadays, and if you have the skill set to beat high stakes online poker, I think there's a lot of ways to make a living. So then there's no need to play online poker, I think. It's just back in the day it was way easier, less competitive. So for those reasons I said that you probably don't want to do it. We have a big hand here. Meta Sailor, if he calls and he loses, we jump up and payouts. That would have been amazing. It does not happen. Does not happen. Open. I think we're just gonna make this hand in hopes that our opponent calls. Our opponent does call. It's a good start. Yeah, fold again. I think here we want to call. He's probably opening 100% of his range, meaning that we do quite a bit better on this flop than you would think. 58%, 80. That's a big one. Seems small, but in actuality it's pretty big. Going to fold now. Opponent opens, chip leader calls, so we're just gonna fold. Pray to the poker gods that he gets kicked out. Ooh, eights, take it down. Okay, we're heads up. Boys and girls. It's not likely, but we need 20 big blinds. 40, 80, 3 all-ins. It's not likely, but it's also not impossible. Some doggo in the background. Wow. Got absolutely butt fucked here in the 2K. Maybe I can't bet the river, I don't know. River's a high full house. It's very sad. It's very sad. Maybe we check it back, I don't know. Here we go for the pot bet. We do get a call from my opponent. Heads up for the win here. It's kind of whatever. Probably flat call, but my opponent did show a willingness to open super bad hands. Okay, we're flipping. He's ahead. And we're ahead. Wow. We might make it happen. At least we have some chips to play with now. We have some chips to play with. Potentially a decent edge on this guy. Not sure if you guys want to see a very light value bet in position. Went wrong. That went wrong. Check it back, turn of 5. Call and we miss. Does have some faults, which you don't have many of them. 30 big blinds deep with an ante. Kind of hand we're not gonna win. If we check, we do have a spade, and the 3 is always nice. It's like a little gut shot to an out. Now we're just gonna check. Let's see if we can bluff the river. Tough river to bluff. Tough river to bluff. Stop thinking about results. And try to develop more after a couple of 50-60 buy-in. Under, you won't care anymore. Yeah, easy to say, I mean harder to do. I get frustrated thinking of how much more I'll have to grind just to make back the money unfairly taken from me. So this is the problem, right? Unfairly taken from you. Like what the hell are you talking about? You're playing cards for a living. What's unfair about playing cards for a living? You're unfairly being born in a country where you have the chances to develop yourself and play cards for a living. Like, you have to start understanding that you're the one who's getting lucky, even if you get unlucky at the poker table. It's just extremely like privileged and stupid position. I feel like I'm getting scammed almost, and I'm forced to work extra hard just to get what I deserve constantly. You don't deserve anything. You don't deserve it. Like clearly you have super big how do you call it when people think they deserve something, like okay, I can't think of the word, but yeah, clearly you have some problems with it because you don't deserve it. Maybe I need to take a vacation, or I don't know, make in real life changes. I can give you some practical advice. If you want to feel good on a day where you're grinding, do other stuff than just poker. So make sure you go to the gym, you meet your friends for a coffee, something like that. Because if you grind 12 hours a day or 14 hours a day, something which I have done a lot last year, you do feel terrible after you lose. Even me with a good mindset. So that's something that you can do. But if you feel like you're deserving this and this and this, you clearly have super big mindset problems. Let's imagine you have a chance to meet and have a nice dinner, sincere conversation with any person in the world. Who will it be? Probably the guy that owns the investment fund Renaissance Capital or something, or Renaissance, like the only investment fund that has been beating the market for insane percentages. I think they return like 60 or 70% a year for a long time already. That would be a nice one. Pull off your mindset way off. If you're not enjoying it, do something else. It's also true, yeah. Apparently you're not enjoying playing poker, so it's harder. I consider doing other stuff, but honestly poker is just too good as an option relatively. Like, it's the best active money making method I have by a mile, yeah. What are you moaning about then? Phil back in the chat. Savage Phil, I don't know, I'm so sick of it, honestly. Who is he? I mean, you should be able to find it out yourself. I guess he wants to stay anonymous, but... Payouts, nice, Phil. Crushing it. Links to the payouts. 16k up top. Thank you. That's cool. Watching Venice stream without a face cam is like eating salad without a sauce. Just not as good. I'm sorry, bro. Can't believe that one is not working. I'm afraid that my camera in the laptop is broken, which would be super sad. What are some better alternatives for someone with a skill set to beat high stakes poker? Yeah, I mean, there is endless options, I think, in business. Like, poker is problem solving. Taking the right kind of risks at the right time. I think there's a lot of people or a lot of companies that are looking for people like that, or there's a lot of companies that want to be started by people like that. So I think there's a lot of options. Also there's no cap on how much you can earn in business, or not in the same way that there is a cap on how much you can earn in poker. Like, if you start now, I think the cap is around a couple of $100,000 a year, which is super high, of course, but that's only for the outliers. Okay. block king jack. Let's see. We're heads up for the win. That would recap all of our losses, or almost all, because we bought in so many times. You put tomato sauce on salad. The chat these days is active and savage. Savage. White tomato sauce. What other sauce? My English is actually dressing. Phil's going crazy. Oh, I love it. Savage Phil. I like it. What Tony is this? Just tuned in the 1K. Exactly. We do have the payouts there. We call him off at the 10. He was value betting a higher 10. Well done, sir. 99% of life is luck, depending on who your parents are and where you were born. I think it's not 99%. Also, it's the kind of mindset that keeps a lot of people from performing. Because if that's your mindset, then it doesn't really matter what you do yourself. So that's, for a lot of people, an excuse not to do anything or not to work as hard as they can. So in general, I don't like that kind of attitude, but for sure, where you are born is a big decider in how far you can make it. But it's more about looking at where you were born and then seeing how you can do relative to other people that were also born in the same kind of position. So you can be stuck complaining about where you're born the rest of your life because you're comparing yourself to people that were born in a better place, or you just look at people around you and try to start from there. Like me, of course, I was born in Europe. I had parents that were, by no means wealthy, but had enough money to make ends meet. So I have been very blessed, and I was born in the right place. But of course, there's a ton of people that were born in a better place than I was. But if I look at other people that were born in the same place or similar places to me, I've done way better, so that's kind of nice. I think that's the way you should be looking at it. It's super toxic or unhealthy to compare yourself to people that didn't have the same opportunities. Yeah, like I said, it's easy to be in a bad position because of yourself and then just blame it on being born in the wrong place. Go all in on table 2. It's a lot of percents. And here on table number 3, we flop quite nicely. Quick fault from my opponent. He limps in, we check back. Could maybe raise that hand. And here on the 4-card table we have a full house. We're going to call. It's usually a spot that's underbluffed, but Gazwa is a creative guy. So we call. Very nice combo for him to bluff, I think. Don't even mind, Derek, this is just silly entitlement. Entitlement, that was the word I was looking for. Entitlement, yeah. Nice that everyone is typing it in the chat, because everyone knows exactly what I'm talking about and also how entitled Pala was sounding. We've all done it, brother. Don't let that stop you from the grind, the culture watch. You're all right, though if I zoom out, I am so lucky, relatively speaking. By deserve, I just meant EV-wise. Yes, sir. So I think we have established that you are a lucky person. So quit feeling like an unlucky person, because it's just not true. Not sure if I can call here. I'm gonna call. 5 cards. We wake up with kings. Limp from my mate Meta Sailor. We're gonna raise it up. Kind of expecting never to get limp re-raised here. It's the kind of spot that we can probably pot. But then again, we don't want to put our tournament life on the line in a spot that's kind of close-ish. So we decide to go for the check, the option that swings less hard. It's definitely things you want to take into account when you're playing against opponents that you think you have an okay edge against long term. We're checking here, 3-6, ace-3 and 6-7 gets there. We have an amazing hero call in king-king. I don't think we can ever consider folding. We do face a big bet. We're just gonna call 6-7. Could be something. 3-6, yeah. That's unfortunate. I have been grinding way too much. I need to chill out a bit to the gym and go to cafes way more and chill and stuff. Yeah, I think that's probably something you can take away from it. Like, it's not like I want to make you feel bad about yourself, but clearly you're in the wrong mindset at the moment. Gonna put bet bluff here to get the fault. Also, there's many spots we get lucky and justify it, and then when we get unlucky we're so angry, and I think it's unjustified. Exactly. Entitlement and injustice tilt are the banes of my existence. At least you have humor. That's very important. That's an important skill to have. Queen 10, 6, 7. I think we just call here. This might be our last hand. It's kind of wrapped around the 8 as well. Such a big bet. Yeah, I don't think we're folding here, and there's like a slight chance that he ever folds here. Wow, folds. Unbelievable, that's so nice. Big bet folding, you don't see it that often. Can big bet fold. Super nice from a theoretical point of view. But in general, people like to size down with their bluffs. We have it all, let's just try to minimize effect on your game is important, IMO. Affect my ass off from Griffin. Do not enter the corporate world if you're someone who loves... Fuck. Bro, I'm struggling so hard with English words lately. I don't know why. Meritocracy. I'm not sure if you're right like that. And focus and process focus. It is not the place for you. It's you have a point. There are some things about poker that are very nice. The fact that just the best person sits on the highest table and works differently in corporate settings. So yeah, that's definitely one of the upsides. I think there's a lot of upsides. But then again, there's also a lot of downsides. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I could probably name more downsides than upsides. It's bad for your mental health. You're not really adding anything to society. It's a very lonely, super toxic environment. I don't know, man. Interesting stuff to talk about, though. Interesting stuff. We face an open, no dice on the flop. There's also a cap on how much you can make in business if you don't own the company. Exactly, so we want to own the company. We do want to own the company. 12 VPIP. We're just gonna call and try to fade ace high flop. We do. It's king high. It's king high actually. In actuality, called off with the king high 86%, and he did have the aces. It's nice. We have another big all-in coming. Let's see if we have the best hand. Wow, we switch over to this table for the all-in. 31% would be nice, but this turn is super bad. Not sure why it was so bad. Probably because our outs were blocked out of the tournament. It's too bad. It was a big pot, but yeah. Obviously, a lot of times we just go out there in a four-way pot. Okay, boys and girls, this is the hand we die on. Hopefully not, but ace, king, queen, 7. It's a pretty decent hand actually. At that stack depth, he does bink the jack on the turn, so we are kicked out of the tournament. This table's not running, but we did win 10k. We did win 10k. Let us see. We have 2 tables left and an alarming conversation. I was slamming the desk and screaming by myself mid-session yesterday. Villain ran super hot in every re-raised pot for like 10 hands. Yeah, bro, you have to deal with it. Do you read books, Vanny? If yes, do you have a favorite? Atomic Habits was quite nice. I did read a lot of like self-help books. It's nice, but also gets super boring at some point. I'm Pilgrim was a nice book that was not a self-help book. Let me think. Psychology of Money, okay book. Not if you know a lot about money already, but good if you never thought about investing. Let's see. Get the screen rolling again. Not true if you're born with physical or mental challenges. To parents who treat you horribly and don't prioritize your education, you really have no shot. It's not an excuse as much as an acknowledgement of how lucky many of us are. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, that's not at all what I said. The thing I said is that if you are born in a certain situation, you can look around for other people that have exactly the same situation, and that's the people who you should compare yourself to. So yeah, if you're born with mental challenges and your parents are treating you horribly, you compare yourself to people who are in the same spot. And of course you're gonna have a tough time having a terrible childhood and physical and mental challenges. It's like... Maybe I'm not interpreting that in the right way. I don't know. Rage baiting at its best. Emil the Raccoon. Best is if you don't compare at all. Well, think for yourself if life is good. If not, change it. Life will always be bad if you compare though. Yeah, you compare to yourself. You compare to who you was yesterday. That's the best one, I guess. But if you want to compare, at least compare to people who are exactly in the same situation, which is very hard, right? You never know what's going on behind closed doors. And the other thing to keep in mind is that mathematically 50% of the population is less lucky than average. We're getting some knowledge here, some knowledge bombs. It's important to have empathy and compassion, as it's 50-50 the person you're talking to is unlucky. Yeah, bro. I think it's very important to not think of yourself as being unlucky, because it will only get into the way of achieving things. So yeah, it just doesn't help you at all feeling sorry for yourself. What should you do if you dominate the poker sessions in real life but online sessions be losing too much? Yeah, I do think that online is quite a bit tougher, so it's logical that you can crush live and not crush online. Guess you have to get better at poker or get more lucky online, I don't know. Play more live, that's also good advice. He's saying, but I think online is the best way to improve. I think so too, and you don't even have to win online as long as the stakes are not too high and the relative stakes live are worth it for you. So as someone who played professionally for a couple of years in the golden era and has worked in corporate America for 23 of the last 25 years, I can tell you poker upsides far outweigh downsides. Yeah, so you literally have not been playing poker for 20 years and you're saying that compared to back in the day, it's heavily outweighing downsides. Man, I completely understand why it would be hard to be working in a company with you. Giselle is some guy who only plays for roles. Nice. I see what you did there, and hopefully I'm not the only one. If I could make more playing poker than working for the largest companies in the world, I would. Unfortunately, I do not have the risk tolerance or skill to play high enough to do so. This is the first time I'm getting semi-tilted by the chat. It's a nice experience. Dirk is so on point about the loneliness, horrible neurochemistry and zero value addition to society that comes with grinding poker for a living. Yeah, man. It's something that I have thought quite a bit about. I did donate a bunch to charity, but it's also like to get rid of my bad feeling, so it's mostly buying a good feeling more than, maybe even more than me really wanting to help people, but yeah. Kazuha. Funny hand. We have the blockers to the hand that he's representing, so we're going to raise. Get the fold. It's always nice. Quick fold. On this table, we're in the money actually. 8. I'm getting paid a decent amount already. 16k up top. It's like we're playing the 1k again. Let's see if you guys can see the payouts. If we hold it like this. Not really. Guess like this, you can see the top 3. That's the only thing that matters. The rest is terrible. Got a GG from Phil. Feels kind of meaningless and silly sometimes just grinding a card game. It is silly and meaningless, but on the other hand, if it makes you happy and it makes you money, it's something you should consider doing. Of course, you can give yourself like a little financial bounce until or into financial independence, which is very nice. That is what poker was or is for me. And hopefully, I mean, it's the plan, and hopefully I'll stick to it. I'll do something nice for society with the money that I've earned, or with the money that I'm going to earn in the future. That was rooted in my earnings from poker. Fold here, big hand here on the 5-card table. Check 5 against an overpair and a bunch of outs. It does get there. Slight misunderstanding due to the delay. Yeah, I'm also just getting semi-tilted by the chat. Sometimes I feel like I should be doing something more profound and impactful. Yeah. Maybe you should, or you just do it 1 day a week. It's a good start. See how you feel about it. Maybe it turns out that poker was not for you. Not because you can't do it, but just because there's better things that you can do, things that feel more fulfilling. Poker is an art form to me. You can find infinite ways and games to grow. If you want to contribute, make millions and donate to charity. Exactly. That's what we said. That's definitely a super legit route as well. Here it's kind of tempting to bet again. My opponent has an easy call with a flush draw and a 6. Those hands really struggle against the second barrel. fold. And here on this table, you have the queen high flush. Step from my opponent. He's kind of saying I have a king high or ace high flush. Most ace high flushes would have been all in on the flop. So we're gonna call at least once. And figure it out. Does not push under the river. Interesting. Sits out as well. Plays some heads up. This guy doesn't seem interested in playing heads up with me. Too many tables. And then it's just a GG. And here on table number 2, can he scope bets? So we just have to fold his hand. So we're down to 1 table, I think. He's leaving, playing too many tables. We're gonna see bet a tiny fraction wider. Here we're going to bet pots, wrapping a flush, very credible line. We do have the queen of spades. And here we check. Wherever we're gonna bet, I'm looking 8-9, 3-5, 5-8. Could have an overpair still. I actually feel the complete opposite. Poker was fun, but I vastly prefer my real job. Yeah, that's nice, man. Happy to hear that those people are out there as well. I mean, the way I play poker, it's amazing, of course. But for a lot of people, it's just not possible that way, so that's why my advice was not to play poker for a living. I worked in tech for a decade and took a year off to play. Can't imagine doing anything else right now, even though I'm on a downswing. Definitely not for everyone, but I'm loving the flexibility. The flexibility is one of the big upsides and also one of the big dangers as a poker player. Griffin is saying, PV, I'm very happy to hear that the people you're surrounded by mean a lot. I used to love my job, but the fastest way to hate a job you've always loved is to get a new boss. Yeah, also like working underneath someone that's not capable, that would drive me absolutely nuts. So it's nice not to have a boss. We limped, and this is super mediocre, and I think we can fold this hand as well. But after limping, I think we're just calling. I'm gonna fold here. I think it's just a fold. I don't know. Close. Close, close, close. And the cookie jar. So many heads-up tables running. Kinda cool, but on CoinPocket the rake for heads-up 510 and 1020 is super high. I would love to see better rake structures for the mid-stakes guys. Open call and we complete. Pretty decent flop, of course. Flipping a 10, flush draw, good shot. But the board is paired, so funny hand where it's kind of tempting to bet it, make my opponent fold out an overpair, or still have a lot of outs when he does call. It's very tricky, but I think it works. Going to limp here, it's whatever, but I think my opponent is too tight. Take it to showdown, maybe. Check again. He's got a few straights now. Let's see, I think it's time for us to go to big screen viewer, because this is kind of big screen. This is fine, I guess. Okay, let's see. Open his hand. These guys have been playing rather tight. Super nice hand to open. Get some folds in. Should be a tournament where we want to avoid some spots that are close because our opponents seem not really willing to play, which makes it so that we get a lot of opportunity to chip up without taking risks. Just opening here and calling. We have decent equity against aces. Very decent equity now, 61, 90%. No 5, no ace. Should be possible. Second biggest winner, Elias Herrera, has just entered the table, going to limp. Wow, we flop very strong. Start with a bet. We're one away from the final table. We get a bonus end here, table number 4. We river the trips. Gonna sit out Cohiba, one of the best heads-up players in the world. Let's do some questions. Okay, we're actually chip leading. We're number 1 in chips now. Exciting spot yet again. Let's see, let's do some questions. But he knew he couldn't jam the net blocker with his image. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, it's a tough sell after checking back the flop, but it could definitely be possible that he still has it. We're betting here, making him fold a lot of equity. We do have a diamond, we do have a 9 as an out, and we got a ton of folds. What are your top 3 tips for adjusting from PLO 4 cash to Toonie play? Top 3 tips for adjusting. Yeah, it's very tough. I think if you're extremely if you're an extremely good cash game player, it can be easy because the way you have to study is just different than the average tournament player studies or the average opponents that a tournament reg is facing. So naturally, whenever your opponents are not as good as they are in cash games, you're less inclined to work very hard. Adjusting very hard works very well. I think it's very nice to have a good strong baseline from cash games and then hop into an environment that's way more suitable for adjustments. Yeah, I mean, the advice that I have would be to work on what ICM is, why is it being used, should you adjust, how should you adjust, what are the shortcomings of ICM. Those are all things that you really want to work on. Just do a bunch of study on that, different stack sizes. I think nowadays it should be very easy. I think you can even ask ChatGPT. We did this experiment a couple of times before. I want to become a strong pot limit Omaha tournament player and I have a cash game background. What are areas that I should be focusing on? You should get a pretty insane response from chat. Super tempting hand to jam here on the river. I've had these moments with this guy more though. I'm going to fold this one. Could be combo to jam. I think you want to block 7s and 8s. Don't think the king is that relevant on the river. Pilo cash now so dry, rack battle, even you have edge but still losing to variance. Yeah, it's comes and goes, the cash game action, especially at high stakes. Oh, we're at the wrong table, that's great. That's great, sorry. Can you elaborate more on how flexibility can be a huge danger for poker players? Well, you get to decide when you work and when you study, which is both great, but if you don't have enough work ethic, it's a big danger for poker players or for people in general. Fault. Limp with the kings. Speaking for myself, when I'm traveling for tournaments, it's easier since there's a semblance of a schedule, but definitely when I'm home, it takes more discipline to stick to a schedule. Schedule. Struggling out here, pronouncing stuff. Kinescope. Sounds a bit Dutch. Going to check again. Let's see what my opponents do. Oh, we have some action. We have a bit of action. That's up action for the boys and girls. focus on the tournament unless there's an interesting hand. Should be able to turn off the sound. Might be a bit annoying. Okay, we're gonna bet again. Pick up a little bit of equity. King 10 Jack still has to fold. Weak aces have to fold. We'll never win the hand if we check. No, we're just gonna shut it down. Or no, I think we're gonna shut it down. Would be a nice combo to try and bluff with, but I'm gonna be well behaved. Gonna bet 1/3 here. I think in general works quite well. People overfold against the size, under raise. Scope seems to have adjusted. How is that? Also could be eating a sandwich. Not sure what you're talking about, sir. Tight fold there, low rep. This can be a great ICM spot. Cohiba. Yeah, Cohiba, one of the best in the world. Love myself some action, but Cohiba is not high on the list of people that I would like to play. Follow along with my entity results for 2026. When overcalling from the blinds after a 2-bet plus flat versus a 80% VPIP villain, do you prioritize? Oh boy. Seems like a too complicated question. too complicated question. No table showing on stream, by the way. Oopsie, we're back. Redwood Forest stream now. Yeah, sorry bro, your question is too complicated. I cannot answer it right now. I'm an American, have visited the Netherlands a few times and loved it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hey there, do you know if it's planned a PLO 5-card championship this year on Coin? Cheers for the stream. I think there might be something, but I'm definitely not sure about it. Definitely not sure about it. Should call, but some pretty iffy spots. Time out on another table, it's very annoying. Let's see if I can get my time bank back here. Kinescope loses a hand. Still not on the final table. Interesting. So yeah, hopefully 5-card would be nice. I mean, I don't care too much about 5-card, but could be nice. Could be something nice. Go on a little break. The heads up continues. Turn down the sound. That must be annoying. Show you guys a couple of hands. Gameplay sounds. Master volume. Okay. Put that down quite a bit. See how it is. Can you please also show the cash games? Yes, sir. Okay. Hey Dirk, thanks for all your content learned and keep learning so much from you. Playing heads up against you took half of my life energy. Who are you, sir? Do you care to share your screen name? You are awesome, thank you, sir. Very nice hand to c-bet. We have 3 clubs. Take it down. Getting some good luck in the chat as well. Going to call here naturally. Hit a 7. Interesting turn. Not win the hand. I think we can go for value here, but it's definitely kind of iffy. Here defending this hand is not necessary. It's not like we're playing chippy V. Hit the quads here on table 4. Min raise by my opponent. Fairly interesting. I don't know if you want to have a min raise range there. Probably checks it back, I don't know. Weird spot. Okay, quads is good. Quads is good. Back to table 2. Back to table 2. third in chips. It's funny, we have the number 1, number 2, and number 3 in chips, so this is pretty bad table to be at. Limp with the king, jack, jack. These hands are all like not great. They don't make that much money when you limp them, but just banking on my opponents, not being aggressive enough, letting me realize my equity too much. Do you think Coin will ever introduce a reshuffle for their 5 card? I am always a little concerned when I play on there that I'm getting free roll colluded against. Yeah, it's something you have to be a little bit worried about as a professional poker player. Would be cool. I mean, they're coming with new software, so could definitely be one of the things that they include. Could be one of the things. Last time the guy heads up versus you on ACR, he's way too aggro, you got him a bouch. Yeah, it was fun. I mean, I was also running very hot, so that usually helps against an aggressive opponent. Here on table number 4, we step, we get raised, and we call on the safe river, or safe turn. It's queen. He's got the set. It's unfortunate. We're still waiting for that final table, kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Net flusher, we're going to raise it up. No color. Okay, maybe instead of having this here, we open the second table. The heads up stopped. My opponent doesn't want the smoke. Met a sailor on coin. Don't really remember, to be honest. Koki's 14 saying, what's up? So we have the other table open, it's this one. They're shorter there. It's all kind of close, so pretty important next few hands that you win. You can have the payouts over here. So if I hit table number 3, you'll see the payouts, 16k up top. We're 8 left. Number 8 is getting 2, 2.6, 3.5, 4.8. It's jumps, but also not significant enough where we want to pass up on a spot that's clearly super plus EV. You kind of want to go for the win. Almost on the final table. Phil, maybe you can change the title. Change the title to something that people might click on more. And as you can see, current session minus 3k. So we can still get out of the red. Would be nice. It's just tournaments that are included as far as I know. Phil is taking care of this. Okay, we win a nice all-in off stream. Always nice. Always nice. Jesus Christ, this hand for hand is so slow. Okay, we wake up with the trouble hand. Not really. Quite obvious what we have to do here. There's spots where you can consider not 3-betting your aces or even folding, but this is definitely not one of them. Everybody folds. Ace, queen, 10, deuce. Going to raise it up. Do a top pair, but it's definitely not the kind of flop where we want to go all in. We start with a check. Our opponent's size is big, we kind of have to fold here. Ace on the turn, that's definitely good for us, for our range as well as our hand. We're going to bet small here. We do get value against ace-5, ace-7, 10-7, 10-5. I'm not expecting him to fold any 2 pairs. And we have protection against any turn. Any turn would turn our 2 pair into potentially being cracked by a straight. Who's your biggest poker villain? Probably Omaha for rolls. He wants so much money of me during my career. Expensive villain, expensive opponent. So yeah, we're waiting I'll swap between tables maybe. Peltonimi, one of the best mid-stakes payload tournament guys out there. If I'm correct, and I don't know if Shark Scope is a thing anymore because it's been ages since I went on it. He's got one of the sickest graphs ever. G. Peltonimi. Let's see. Player not found or opted out. It's a shame. Sometimes he's selling action and he's showing. Yeah, sold out. Giazo. Wild. Holy shit. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna show you guys what it looks like when you grind super hard at mid stakes. Insane results, this guy. Yeah, Peltonimi, if you want, you can also always reach out to me and I'll put you in higher tournaments because I feel like the skill level is definitely there. Everyone's folding. We're close to taking the chip lead. Close to taking the chip lead. Okay, table 1, they're all in. Peltonimi wins with the aces. And we go to a final table. Blinds get rolled back, apparently. Pretty cool to have a spot where we can learn how to play in these tournaments. These deep runs mean that I have more material that I can study. So overall pretty happy when I make a final table. Five-minute break, I'll make myself a nice little tea. Be back in a minute. This might take a while, this final table. Might take a little while. But we're here for the win. ICM value, 9k, not too bad. Leave the payouts here. I can't, okay. I'll just leave it like this. I'll be back in a second. see how long do I have? 30 seconds. Woo. Okay, boys and girls, I got myself a little tea and also an orange. And apparently they're in season. I had no idea that there's fruit that's in season in February, but very juicy. Phil, if you're hearing me, please change the title. If you can do it, I'll do it. That's also fine. That's also fine. Let's see, we get to choose a seat. I think they should get rid of this thing. Feels like you're just getting screwed over always. As a second in chips, and we are second in chips. But yeah, we'll see. We will see. Let's see what Batunimi is doing. Elias Arala. I'll stay here. This is fine. This is fine. Manuel, mandatory coin poker and GG poker reshuffle for all 5 card and 6 card tables. I agree. Real Nicky 123. Wow, I wonder if it's the real one. It's someone who used to play on coin poker quite a bit. Yeah, you don't have to sub. But if you want to, you can do it on Twitch. Or give me a sub on YouTube. Probably worth more for me. We're going to open this hand. Holding an ace is quite valuable. And also picking up a couple of pots now and establishing myself as chip leader would be pretty cool. I think this hand is pushing it a little bit too much. Although I would love to open it. We have to be aware that there's 2 guys that are not officially covering me, but kind of covering me. We're gonna see how this guy is playing. 22% VPIP so far. Seems very tight. Would be very nice if this guy doesn't want to battle with me too much. Don't know what they are waiting for. Yeah, I hate the break. I hate the swapping tables, choosing tables. I have no idea why they're doing it. Slows the game down. Unnecessary break. The choosing. Personally, it annoys me. I think it just should be random. So yeah, that's my that's my 2 cents on the case. That's my 2 cents. Knieskop versus Elias Harala. Alias finds the race. Okay, we get a click back from Kinescope wrapping the quads or something. I don't know, gets the fold. Funny hand. Started very small, we wake up with the aces. Pretty nice, unlikely to get a lot of action from this hand, but unlikely to get a lot of action. Kinescope with the call. I think his range absolutely murders this flop. So we're gonna start with a check, and quite possibly we have to fold against the bet, but we'll see. If he sizes small, of course we're gonna call backdoor flush draw. And especially now with the 10. It's looking pretty bad out here. If we get lucky, he finds the check with kings or something, but the odds of us winning this hand are extremely small. Ace on the river though. It's either checking or betting. If we bet small. It's very hard for him to have a hand that can call. That's definitely a hand that could call. Take it down. I think it's fine to check or to bet small there. Now we're in a position where it becomes really uncomfortable for our opponents to start 3-betting us. So we can start opening hands where we block an ace. The ace becomes extremely important. My opponents are basically only 3-betting me with either aces or very strong ace-high rundowns. It's looking like my opponents are deciding to play pretty tight. I think we want to keep up the aggression here with the kings. Limping definitely fine as well, but you see that both options are on the table. Check calling or c-betting. Now on the turn we're gonna proceed with a check. On this river I think we're gonna bet small. Betting big is definitely an option. But small is fine as well. Blocking hands that he can call with, for instance kings, 7 or 8 is kind of a attractive hand to call. Ace 8, A7, 7-8. Yeah. It does find the call. I think his call is good. More than good even. Like probably you have to call her always. And it's been going pretty quickly, but we've established ourselves as the chip leader of the table now. I don't know the exact numbers, but we should be kind of likely to, I mean, I wanted to say win the tournament, but then yeah, we can lose the chip lead in the next hand. Can't fold. We're most likely up against aces. That's a bad flop for us. At least we'll stay the chip leader. We'll tone it down, fold the queen, 6-5-4. It's funny, as chip leader you have to balance this aggression versus trying to avoid not to lose my chip lead. What's your biggest cash game win in a single day? If you won't tell us dollar amount, how about number of big blinds? It's not that long ago. I think it was like 250k. Maybe 6 months ago. I mean, probably bigger against Bless. Maybe I had a 300k session against Bless. Probably not, because he's very good at quitting when he's losing. But I had one where I was running super hot at the 4max tables of Coin Poker. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Overall, pretty excited about what's coming in March. Football is live. I think he was bluffing there. No, he wasn't. He was betting for value. Pretty big bet. Probably want to use different kind of sizes, multi-way on a lockdown board, but all good. So yeah, it looks like my table is pretty tight. established myself as the chip leader. That's not too crazy. Definitely folded a couple of hands, so expecting quite a lot of respect. Kniescope finds the call again. Missed the flop. Start with a check. Out of position, bottom of your range, you're kind of checking a lot. Works differently than in position. Small bet. It's kind of tempting with the backdoor net flush draw, but I think we're just gonna fold. Fold on red hole. Always nice to see the king of clubs. Oh yeah, I never understood that. When you fold and you would have hit your hand, it's like you make a decision based on what's best long term. Doesn't really matter which card will show up on the turn. Here naturally Ela Zahala has a very tight range, but we can defend the Jack-Jack 5-3. Second nuts. Sounds weird, but we're kind of hoping for a check. Or a really small bet, that's also fine. Almost tempted to raise. We're just gonna call. Checking again. My opponent checks. We're going to wrap flush, where we're wrapping thin. We have to size big. Still have plenty of bluffs here, of course. Get a quick fold from my opponent. Kind of surprising. Ace King's out there. You would think he hits that almost always, but he does not. Here I think limping is fine. There's spots where we want to raise a ton and then limp folding. Don't think my opponent is opening wide at all, and he does show his hand. King 7-7-5 is definitely a hand that I would like to play. After a raise, it's a standard fold. Would have limped it on the button. If you raise, we get 3-bet. We kind of have to fold. I think both raising and limping is fine with his hand. I like raising more. Which is gonna generate a lot more folds. If you get 3-bet, we can actually just peel the hand. This one is kind of close. Going to limp this one. This could definitely be a raise as well, but feels nice to limp it. For sure we want to play it, so folding is definitely not an option. Flop top pair here. He leads into us. I'm not gonna fold a 7, but feels very strong. We're banking on the fact that our opponent cannot bet the turn too much. If he's got a set, this is a very attractive turn to check raise. We're going to check behind, kind of in the middle with his hand. We have showdown. I think betting for value is a little bit too optimistic. My opponent definitely still has sets. So a bunch of low 2 pairs, missed draws, 7-4. Yeah, makes sense. We win this hand, kind of important. 60 big blinds. This hand we're going to open. It really benefits from playing against just one opponent. The 10-eye flush is not worth much at all in a 3-way pot. It's also the kind of hand that if we do get 3-bet, we can just call and have equity against the 3-betting range of our opponents, which is mostly aces. Sometimes it's ace, king, king. Then we're cooked. Okay, yeah, this is far from ideal, but folding is not an option. Wow. Come on. Come on, this is very important. It's kind of a tournament win. Oof, too bad. Too bad. Okay. Now we have to start over. We have to grind it up again. It's fine. Dante found probably a 3-bet that's too wide in cash games, so that makes it probably very bad or relatively bad in tournaments, but he's the chip leader now, or almost is. Ooh, that check is probably good for me, considering we can take the chip lead easier now. Ace queen 6-3, very easy fold. Alex is going to open very tight on it again. Scope with the limp, Alias with the open. Everyone starts to be a little bit more frisky, it seems. King 7-7-4. As the chip leader. Very nice hand to play. In my current role, we're just gonna fold. Got some Brazilian on Brazilian violence here. Would you have value bet at 9-7 hand in a cash game? No. I think it's too thin. You reopen the action. That's something you really don't want to do in position with medium hands. So you want to either bluff there or have a stronger hand, or have a combination that blocks a lot of the stronger hands you can have. Ace 9 7 8. Even as a mid stack, it's still very important to have the ace. It lowers the percentage of us getting 3-bet. Two 7 4 10 9 with the 2 flusher on the turn to refresh your memory if you don't remember from Waga. Yeah, it's not that long ago, but thank you. Missed the cash portion. How did it go today, Vinny? I think I'm even-ish. Maybe small win in the cash. Probably even. Warning from Nightbot. Ball 0 is here. And these are those hands that look very pretty in tournaments, but then in reality are not that pretty. If we're chip leading, of course, we're going to be pipping that hand, but I think in the current setup, we just have to fold. It really sucks. I'm kind of enjoying this streaming without a camera. I'll promise that I have one next time I stream, but Elias Harala with the check rip. Could be aces. Could be 2-5. Peltonimi finds the fold. Yeah, you kind of have to fold every hand there. Quick fold with the jacks.
There you go.
Okay, we're in the big blind. Queen 8 5 3. If we're lucky, we get folds all the way. Limp from football is live. We're just gonna check it back. There is some polar raising, but I don't think we have my opponents sufficiently covered for that kind of shenanigans. Going to try to take the queen to showdown. To pair now with a diamond blocker. Bet for value and protection. Some straights get there, 5-6, 6-10, 10-jack. Not super likely that he's drawing with those combos, but could be 10-6 when there's a queen in the hand. Not sure if this is a thing, especially not when somebody is covering us, but I would hate to call this hand versus raising. Real Nicky is saying good luck. Thank you, sir. Giving away a couple of subs, apparently. Gracias por la suscripción de regalo. Does it mean you are naked? Yeah, we'll never know. No comment. Real Nicky, you're welcome. Thanks, man. It's probably the first time that ever happened on the stream. Thank you, sir. Football is live, sitting out. He's like, fuck this tournament stuff. I'll come back when it's last 3. Yeah. Small pots, small ball. Finish swag. You don't have the camera on? No, man. Both of my cameras are not working. It's pretty annoying. Thanks for the sub. Oh man, how many subs are you giving away, Nikki? How many subs? Appreciate it, man. Football is live with the bet. Very tempting to 3-bet, of course. We do go in the chip lead. Can fold against the 4-bet. It's impossible to exactly know what you have to do in certain spots because it really changes per chip that goes to someone else, but seems like a nice spot to 3-bet. Open. Fairly standard. Pretty cool. We had the chip lead. We ran bad and we regained the chip lead. Obviously running good, but you guys get the point. Okay. We continue. 9944. Kind of a disaster if we open this hand and we get a 3-bet, so going to call. Try to take the showdown. Check on the river. Would be funny if he bets, because people usually don't bet the jack there for value. So we would have an okay hero calling hand, but my opponent rivered the jack. Pretty insane if you break the tournament now. Not break it, but if you are kicked out right now. Super late dredge in the OMAHOLIC. Sunday High Rollers main event. Oh, why not? Well, they're gonna be around for a little while on this final table, I think. We go on break. Do go on break. Something like this. It's funny. I guess my income from subs is like $50 a month, or maybe even less. Oh yeah, you have to fill out all these forms to pay tax on it. It's like, don't know who comes up with these rules. Obviously didn't do it. Okay. Real Nicky. 50 subs? No way, bro. Kind of a disaster if you open this month and you get 3 bets. It's gonna be number 1 for a while. Big baller. Might be the real Nicky then. Played a bunch of 5 cards. On coin poker. Let's see if there's action. Action. Pretty cool spot here on the final table. We go on a break. Yeah, I'm watching a little bit of the cash game at Onyx Live. I would love to play there. Pretty cool. Okay, tournament resumes and we wake up with an ace. And you guys know what that means. Nice spot to open. Football is life. Is thinking about it very deeply. We open quickly as if we have nothing to think about. Nothing to think about. Regaining chip lead. He would have flopped the set actually. Ace 9 and deuce. Oh, interesting one. I think we're gonna open it. Establish our dominance. Face 4 opponents. One ace out of the deck already. We have to fold, of course, against the 3-bet. I think this works nicely. Oof. Okay. Flop a set. I think in general we want to bet small a lot on this kind of board. Let's see what our opponent does. Set of nines. Pretty funny flop. Okay, we're gonna call. Let's see what he has. Big draw, 61%. Okay. I feel like we deserve this one. We have to fit an 8 and a spade. 8 and a spade. Looks like a spade. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Playing well. We're playing well. It's the only thing that matters. He should get knighted, yeah. He should. So yeah, we have king, queen, queen. 6, which looks like a super standard open. However, we're playing a tournament. Folding makes us money, so we're going to fold this one. Going to fold this one. We still have a chip in the chair. Beltonimi with a good call. Standard call, but good one. Yeah, so the whole ace thing doesn't really work anymore because we're short now. King. 13.7 big blinds. Still plenty of rounds. Windveld, sorry about that, mate. I've turned 9-bot off now. Sultan Kahir saying good luck, brother. We're in the big blind now. Ace, king, jack, jack. Okay. This might be the last one. Football is live. Should be opening somewhat wide. Not super wide. Does go for the limp, so opens the door. Real Nicky saying, it's me, Vinny. I missed an opportunity to meet you in real life in Barca a few years ago. No worries, my man. I'm sure we'll get another opportunity. We flop top set with a net flush draw. My opponent is thinking about jamming into me, so let's see what he has. Well, he still has 30% equity. Let's see if we can bing this one. Yeah, we do. Flopping good. Flopping good. Okay. Kind of tough spot in terms of taking the chip lead, but we're alive and kicking. Elias Heralda with the open. Check 10, 10, 7. It's funny spots these in tournaments. Not always as easy or logical as you would think. Jack 8 deuce. We have a super nice hand to bet. It's mostly just a very good bluffing candidate. We do have the jack, of course, but if we check and somebody bets big on the turn, we already have to fold, and by betting we can fold out our opponents. There's a lot of rivers and turns that we can continue on, so chipping up slowly. Elias Arala folds. He opens the door for us to open this ace king 7-5. We got called by Alex, and it was a very quick call. Meaning he didn't really have to think about his decision. Super quick bet as well. We have 2 outs to the, or 8 outs to the nets. But I think he's just sizing too big. I think he's just sizing too big. It's very strong. Queen 5-4, super easy fold with the chip leader and the big blind. It's not over yet. Blood pumping, heart racing. Yeah. Interesting spot here again. Dante is opening. Elias calls, Alex overcalls. C-bet by Dante. Very low amount of force in Elias's range. Just went to call. And Another double up and we're chip leader again, it's true. It is true. Yeah, if we manage to win this final table, that would be quite impressive. Elias with the decision. Time back check, kind of. Now Dante, like super interesting river to bluff. Elias is going to check his range, of course. Dante finds the 14.7 big blind bet. This is where those tournament guys know exactly when to leave a big blind behind. Levels out the playing field a little bit. It's not too bad. Blinds are going up in one hand. Blinds are up, easy fold. 7.5k is the value of our stack. If we bust now, we're paid 2.6k. That would be rather disappointing. If football is live is kicked out, it's 1k jump divided by 6 guys. So it's like 170 bucks or something, 180. This could be the one. This could be the one. Let's find the fold. Dante Fernandez with the open. Elias behind him. It's gonna come as a surprise, but I don't think we should defend our big blind here. Elias even finds the 3-bet. This is very interesting. So this is what happens a lot at this kind of stack depth. The chip leader is allowed to put pressure on Dante. Real Nick is saying you did have clean out, it's gotta be close. I mean, of course it's close, but we're playing a tournament. It's probably close in the cash game already. I mean, you're never folding there in the cash game, of course, but yeah. I think exploitatively my opponent is gonna be pretty strong as well. Alex with another stab does seem to enjoy stabbing. Yeah, big bet again. I could definitely tempted to call here, but going to opt the passive route once again. Just not going to think that a guy with a 3-bet of 3% is gonna show up with a lot of interesting hands. I think we just fold here. But sometimes you have those guys that are super tight pre and then super creative post. It doesn't happen a lot, but it happens. So Elias should be able to open quite a bit more hands than usual. He's chip leading pretty hard now. Chip leading pretty hard now. Whew. Getting tired. Boys and girls, the stream has been on for 5 hours. That's the downside of making the final table. That's the downside. Big pot brewing. Knieskop against Dante Fernandez. Puts them all in. Would be a surprising end of Knieskop. Let's find the fold relatively quickly. Then and 5 easy decisions. Yeah, insane graph for Peltonimi. I don't think he's playing many like super high buy-ins at all. Sick results. Still selling action for this one, I think. At a reasonable markup, which is very special as well. People always heavily overcharge. Yeah, I would really like to get in contact with this guy. Selling 30%. Maybe he just doesn't like the swings. So if anybody knows him, please let me know. We are looking for a double up against Elias Herrera. That would make us chip leader, if I'm correct. If my math is mathin'. If my math is mathing. Peltonimi versus Football is Live. Guessing you can go pretty wide here. open. Don't think you have to go all in much at all here. I think calling is better. You can still fold some flops. Imagine flopping nothing here. It's kind of nice to have the 2 big blinds. Min bet from Peltonimi, that looks pretty strong. Chat, do you want to see some live heads up cash action versus Venny if the host agrees? Yeah, I'm down. I'm down, sir. Wow, Peltonimi with the angle, I really like it. Min bet. Try to appear strong. Don't think anyone here is complaining about you playing for longer, Venny. Just wish we had some cash. Yeah, real Nicky has cash. I've seen him playing ultra high stakes. He was battling relentlessly. What are you saying, real Nicky? You want to play? You want to play? Let's see. I'm getting some messages. Okay, limp from Dante. Because he learned Finnish swag. I know Peltonimi personally, if you are interested. I am, yeah. I am serious about it. How can you send me a message? I'll type my email in the chat and then you can send me his telephone number maybe. Let me know if that works. Seems to be a very talented, hardworking, humble guy. Actually, I've learned some moves from him. So yeah, let me know if that works. Alias with the open. And can he scope with the 3-bet? I think Alias has some folds here still. Also nice to know, 10 BB deep. It's very important for us as well to know. I'm gonna sit 10-20 Phantom 5 card heads up. Sorry man, I don't have Phantom on my laptop. Maybe it can be coin poker if you want. We can play 10-20. Really think you should fold King Queen 5 for double suited button versus Alex small blind 3 bet. Matt Sui, a certified chat pro. Okay, sir, we would like to know your credentials before we get into the hand. What are your credentials, sir? What do you play? Do you play it profitably or for fun? Yeah, of course you can chime in, but Fold is holding 1.8x more chips than second on table. I sent you Discord DM. Okay. King Queen 4-5. Yeah, I think it's a call. Pretty positive, very positive that it's a call. We're mostly up against aces, and that hand does quite well against aces. You cannot even stack off every flop because we have him covered. I don't think we're supposed to open fold that hand, or open and then fold to the 3 bet. But we can talk about it. First, we would like to know your credentials, sir. Credentials, por favor. Elias and Rada, check down pot. Does have a bunch of like low pair hands. They both don't go for it. But Nimi takes it down with a 9. We're under the gun 9 for 3 deuce. Nice and easy decisions. That's what we like. Real Nicky was playing. I've seen him play 25-50, 50-100 and 100-200. That's what I've seen him play. Not much 10-20. Big baller. Big baller. Knieskop with the limp. Elias Harala is putting under pressure and Knieskop limp folds. It's something that doesn't really happen in cash games, but in tournaments in actuality it does happen. Elias has a firm lead over these 3 guys, so I was expecting a lot of opens, but he does not find an open. Peltonimi is thinking about it. Would be funny if he just sends Ivy's photo. 10-7-6-5, pretty easy fold. Especially now. We really don't want to get in the way of football getting busted out of the tournament. lead from football. I think his strongest hands are going to check. Wow, Patanimi finds the fault. That's not really what we wanted. Okay, we pick up the aces. It's aces, but we don't have that much fold equity. Wish us good luck. We can be very happy and proud with how we have played this tournament table. It was a quick open by our opponent, so we might have him crushed. Kings. That's a good start. No backdoors, please. That's a backdoor. Have to fade a 7 and a king. That's a king, eh? Looks an awful lot like a king. Yeah, boys and girls. That's how the cookie crumbles sometimes. No dice on this one. I mean, played our heart out. So I'm very happy with how I played, but the chips did not go my way when it mattered most. I guess that's it for tonight. Thanks everyone for watching. I'm sorry for not being able to taking this one down. Real Nicky, thanks for the generous gift. It doesn't matter how I play, we just talk about this spot if it's 100% call. Okay, Matsui is saying that it doesn't matter how high he plays. Of course it matters. Fanny, do you think you will be profitable this year? I hope so, bro. Last year was tough, so my goal is not to lose as much money as last year. That's going to be very easy. Thanks everyone for watching. I'll see you on the next one with camera, of course. Much appreciated. Also Phil, thank you for being there on the stream, helping smoothen things out. See you guys next week.